All right. How's it going tonight, everyone? Welcome. First of all, Happy New Year. And we all know what we're here for tonight. We are trying to release the first release of Pidgin 3, which is more a milestone than something that actually works. Happy New Year, Marina. How you doing? And Polyhedron, how you doing there over there on YouTube? Welcome. So earlier today, trying to get ready for everything, I decided I was going to update Hub and U-Track. That has consumed the rest of my day because apparently it looks like there's some bug in the latest version of U-Track. And I finally just realized, why don't I try downgrading? And that's what we're doing now. And it looks like it's going to be okay. For whatever reason, U-Track was trying to use its internal hub implementation, and that is a problem. So, yeah. What do you mean the calendar went back and forward? Okay, well, hold on. We're already starting off great here. What date at the top? Oh, in the metrics, it should be... Oh, what the... Oh, no. It's possible it went backwards, yeah, for the Gore stuff. Gorse is weird like that. I thought you were talking about the deadline, and the deadline is now 41 minutes ago. Yay. That's okay. But we are still having issues here. What the hell? All right, I'm logged in now. Okay, I don't know what that 404 was about. Okay, we're running. We are running. That's fine. The text index is currently being rebuilt. Of course, the search for text results may be inaccurate. Okay, that is fine. We are working again. Yay, because this was not working. Now the question though is, I restored from a backup that said it was, I don't know what time zone it was in. And that might be a problem. So I might have to go redo some stuff here. Oh no. Uh-huh. Yep. All right. We lost some stuff. We lost a bunch of stuff. Fun. I must have gone to the wrong backup. Let's see. Can I, like, view the other backups and maybe I can restore one of them? I went to 12/31/200. That was the most recent one we had. Oh, but if that was UTC, that was... Yep. All the tickets I entered yesterday are gone. That's a bummer. Joy. Do I have them in email? Because I would like them to be here. But, well, like, what do you do? Right? It sucks. But they're gone. I should have them in email, at least. But, yeah, that's a bummer. And actually, let's put this to... Yeah, let's back up every 12 hours. And we'll do 14 files. Well, at least the backups worked. Am I not getting emails for issues? Or am I not filtering them? This is going to be a bummer, because now we got a bunch of stuff in version control for issues that aren't going to match up. Oh, there's a bunch of other stuff we did too. What a fucking shit show. Um, how do I not have issues for this? Or emails, I mean. Did I, like, turn them off? Oh. We do have them in Discord. Let's see. So IBIS 16 should be done. What do we do? So fix the Sasso if it wasn't removed and something, blah, blah, blah. That's yesterday at 3 or 4. Yeah. Thanks, Polly. Yeah, I've thought of that too, and I don't know if you said that as I was saying it or what, but that seems to be common. So this is fixed. Okay, yep, cool. All right, so starting at 8:33, we have to go through and all that. The problem is the Discord notifier isn't great, as you may be able to tell. So yeah. But the first thing is that we've kicked these over to experimental 2. Experimental 2. Okay. So that's there. Okay. Then, yep. Then we need to create a new issue. What a pain, man. Well, at least now the backups will be every 12 hours. Fucking hell. So, I don't know what this is going to become, but it should be, hopefully it becomes 1805. Otherwise, we're going to have some annoyances. Add OS, oh, hold on, before we do this. Fields. We added 2 new subsystems, documentation and internationalization. Right, neither of those should be here. Yep. Documentation. Okay. Sorry, Polly. I whatever. I got to do better about the chat here on YouTube. I'm so bad about actually seeing it on time. Oh, this is apparently I didn't unclick the other one. All right. So now the dashboard above my head should say 100% here shortly. Why is it still saying 95? Weird. Okay. Yep. All right. Back over here to new issues. Add OS name version texture to the about window. Can I copy this part? I can copy this part. I couldn't copy the other part of the embed. We have architecture. This is adding that we had later in the build window, but it kind of makes sense to put it in the runtime information to, in case someone built for x86 32 and is running on x86 64 or something similar. Okay, actually we don't need the cat cam on either. Okay. This is a feature. Oh, state's fine, state's fine. This is subsystem Pidgin. And this is for experimental 2. Okay.
Happy New Year from Australia.
Thank you, Icarus Mad, for the 11 months. Greatly appreciate it. Happy New Year to you as well. I hope it's nice over there in 2025 already. All right. What did we do on private messages from? Oh, I think we did labels on that. 17.8.20. This is the problem. Like the Discord one doesn't tell me everything that happened. Well, we have size medium. I guess I think we made this CPW or something. Nice day today. Back to work tomorrow, but yeah. That's how it goes. Sure, that looks all right. It's better than having to restore the issues you entered yesterday because an update failed and you had to fall back to a backup, which didn't, and a new backup wasn't created before the update. Yay! So that sucks. This right? Yeah. What did we do here? I did something to this. I don't want to go through the VOD. That's another option too. We could go through the VOD. Although I did enter tickets after the stream too. People can give other inappropriate names that can be seen by a screenshot or whatever. So it might be nice if there was a setting to disable aliases from being displayed. So it might be nice if there was a setting to disable them from being disable aliases from being displayed. If I added if presenting or whatever, apparently. Okay. Show timestamps and notifications. 17.977. Sorry, we'll get to the release here shortly. We have just about everything ready. I started getting the trans effect stuff up and running, but we're not all over there yet. So we'll see. What do we do here? Show timestamps and notifications. Yeah, I don't know. So I don't remember what we did. All right, so then we had 1807. Which is now this. Oh, that's annoying. Wait, so what's 1806? Okay, and 1805. Fuck. Alright, that's okay. We can make this work. We're gonna duplicate this. We're just gonna make everything work right. Come back over here. Edit this, change this to this. Okay. That looks fine. Save. Okay, then go back to 1807. So the problem is we've already merged tickets and there's commit messages that reference these issues and stuff like that, and that's the problem. So we need to make this stuff match. Update change log for EXP1. This is a task. And then subsystem was documentation. But this is targeted for EXP1, not EXP2. Delete that text. Copy this body. Hit this. And then labels were, I think, well, medium. I don't think we did label. Fuck the labels. We don't need the labels. Alright, we're going to hit save. Then if we come back over here and we go to all review requests. Ugh. Oh, actually, this is this one. Okay, wait. This is fine. So this one wasn't merged yet. So 1807. Okay, good, good. This one's not done yet. Okay. But we can say 3707, I think. Sorry, 3705. Okay, we're slowly rebuilding. And before someone's like, you should automate this. And it's like, yep. Would have been done before. And here we go. All right, so then we have another new issue. Discourse announcement for EXP1. Okay, this is a task. Subsystem, I guess is documentation. It's more like social media, but whatever. It's EXP1. That looks fine. This is medium, and it goes to me. We haven't done that yet. That's fine. Then we Ibis 45 should be not found. We're gonna, yep, good. New issue for Ibis. Add support for Sassel v3.2. Yeah, of course it did. Intervoctor says, hi Gary, Happy New Year from Brazil. Happy New Year to you as well. Really appreciate you sharing your workflow. Never heard of U-Track before? I'm going to test on your show. Oh, nice. Yeah, U-Track's real nice. It's kind of expensive though. We get it for free because we're an open source project. But it's pretty nice. I much prefer it over Jira, if that helps at all. But like, most people hate Jira, except project managers. So okay, that looks all right. This is a task or feature. I don't know. This is unassigned. There's no any of that stuff. That's fine. Oh, we were trying to, yeah, whatever. That should go into 0.11. This should be relatively easy to do. We're gonna say it's medium, and it's a crazy patch writer. But you need your own IRCD running, which is fun. Okay, Ibis, blah, 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 great. Okay, that became Ibis 45, good. So yeah, we're, like, right now we are, restoring, because we didn't have a database for when I did the update earlier today, and it went to hell. So, I will say, if you install this from the container, do not use the most recent release. Or maybe you can, actually, you should be fine. I'm using an external version of Hub, and that's what the problem came from. So, all right. New issue back in Pidgin land. Come on. Summary. Update the pot file on trans effects. We should update the should say pot file. Trans effects and merge in translations. Task. This is technically already done, but we'll leave it here for a second. I18N. Scheduled versions, experimental 1. Okay, yeah, there's no difference here that I notice. All right, so Well, whatever. We're gonna hit create on this. This is supposed to be 1810. Shit, it's not. What was 1809? Oh, fuck. I scrolled right past 1809. Damn it. Must pay better attention. Update Pidgin 3 in the IRCv3 client support table. I mean, at least we have some sort of backup here, right? And like I can restore this, but man, this is annoying, isn't it? All right, this is, I guess, documentation. We're gonna punt this to experimental 2 though. Okay. This is technically small, but we're gonna leave it to me because you need to know everything to look for. Yay. Okay. Now we can go enter 10 for the pot file on Transifex. Update the pot tray file on. Task 19N. That all looks fine. Okay. 1807. I think I already put it in there. Yeah. Okay. Also, apparently, at some point, UTrack got support for other version control systems, or like generic ones. So we need to look into that, because I found that as I was trying to figure out what the hell happened here. All right, new issue. Update pot files to make sure it includes everything. We're most likely missing the use of I files with good chance for missing source files as well. This needs to be done and merged before we can update the PO files and post a new pot file to Transifex. Yep. Task subsystem I18N. Experimental 1. Size. Sure, large. Fucking who cares. Local developer. Links. Is required for this guy. Okay. We can go ahead and hit create here. And then we'll see that this was actually, that's not what I want at all. 3706. It's created for this. Comments in progress. And then, I don't know what this was merged in. Any other surprise windows like that laying around? No. Okay. This is the problem when you have multiple tools across stuff and they get out of sync for some reason. And then you're scrambling to get it all back in place so you can actually now go to get shit done. Alright, then the next one, which is going to be 1812. Update the desktop file. This one's already merged now too. Task. That's fine. Not really documentation, but whatever. That looks fine. I'm not gonna worry about tags. Who gives a shit? Okay, then that was over here. 3707. Okay. 1811. Oh, right. Okay. Yep. So then. Okay, this is 1812. Happy New Year, SWK. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. We are manually restoring the backup because an upgrade went bad and I had to restore, and apparently it didn't make a backup before the upgrade. So that's what we're currently doing. You know, it's fun. Yeah. Well, somebody, me, got the idea of, hey, before we do this release, we should update the issue tracker before we, invite a bunch of traffic to it and stuff. So, yeah. Such is the way of things, right? All right. That became 1813. So now, like, I'm worried about trying to get, like, everything updated right and blah, blah, blah. And, yeah. It's not a VM, it's a container. And, yeah, and I should have snapshotted the volume, and I didn't. The volume snapshot might have had more of this, but sorting through that would have sucked. But, yeah. At least we have some of the info to restore everything, right? So, adjustment falls behind. This is going to be a fun one to debug. I realized this one last night. So, Libera typically opens channels for events. So, after I've been idling in Libera New Year's, I use it when they do this. I use it as stress test for Pidgin 3. And after a while, the auto scrolling on the history stops happening. I imagine this is happening because they're pasting ASCII art and it's coming in too fast, maybe. Seems wrong, but either way, we'll need to track it down and figure out why. Blah, blah, blah. So we're going to put this as major, sure. Subsystem, this is Pidgin. Scheduled is going to be experimental 2. This is probably a medium, and it's going to be at least a CPW. All right, so that's Pidgin 18014. Yes. All right, and then now we're U-Track is now back up to date, quote unquote. So, what fun. So, um, I'm gonna hold. So, in trans effects, I updated the new pod file. Um, what? There's no way they're number one. They're not supposed to be able to do translations yet. Or can they still do? What the hell? How the hell are we at 100% reviewed, 100% translated? That can't be right. Three hours, 7. Yeah, that's like when I added the file. Did it just like pre-populate this? I don't know. All right, well, whatever. Let's go on barely usable. And robotic head, hello. How you doing? I mean, translations have always been a thing for us, but there's a lot of people that do it for us. So, yeah, complain. You're in the future. Yeah, the world hasn't exploded yet over there. Yeah, you can say Happy New Year now. It's fine. I'm hoping to not actually be online or just streaming at midnight, so we'll see. Exploded with heat. Yeah. It's funny. We had snow for Christmas, and it is just fucking drab and gross outside. No snow, but just dead grass everywhere. All right. Well, anyways, so that part's all good. All we have left over here is the actual release stuff. So, I think we pulled the trigger. The translation stuff we'll have to update, but we've got to merge all that and do some other stuff. I wanted to get the POM file or the pod file up there so people can start translating. Um, but what I wanted to do is clean up the translations as we go. So all right, well let's start with this. Oh no, we don't have that yet. I don't know if I have QLogic or Ivanhoe. Maybe we leave the translations the way they are right now. Because what we need to do is there's no token in here, is there? There might no, there can't be a token in here. Because I have to try this. So I think we put these docs in Talkatoo. Okay. But they never made it back to anything else. Yeah, so we have this whole release document that hasn't gotten anywhere else. All right, so we're supposed to run this guy. Okay, parallel is apparently not a thing anymore. This stupid problem. So like I have an API token in there in that file. Let's just make sure. Yep. Um, we might have solved this in talking to. Nope, there's no Durham here. Listen, talking to Queen. Nope. Or was I supposed to like do this on the? Did I put something in here? Nope. All right. Well, let's see. TX help. So there's the TX token environment variable, but we're not using that right now. Let's try this. Nope. What? Oh. Oh. So fucking stupid. I hate it when argument parsers work this way. That's no host. We have a .busted file. What is the .busted file? It looks the same. Is there a login? Migrate legacy, merge pull, push, init delete, update, status. Help. Alright, what is this saying? You can generate one here. Okay, my token is here, it's ready. I can rename it. I think it's working. It was last used on June 11th. Okay, I can regenerate it, but that's not what I want to do. Alright, fuck it, let's regenerate it. Go ahead. Okay. I think regenerating it was probably a good thing. Because if I remember correctly, maybe they fixed it. There's a -- token field in here somewhere, and it spits it out here with the default if you have the environment variable set. It's just like, oh, thanks, guys. Wait. Oh, I'm misreading this. Hold on. They want me to put it in here. Okay. And now it's claiming that it... Yeah, the file looks the same. I don't know what the hell it's bitching about. But... Shit, was the command TX pull minimum percentage 50 all parallel, but apparently parallel is gone now. This buggy piece of crap. All right, hold on. Oh, you know what? Aha! See, we used it in Pidgin. We did TX token there on Pidgin 2 for the translations. All right, so let me do this. Let me put this in here. All right. So now everybody should be happy. What a pain for everything. What? Did I get the same token? Like, I pasted it and Durham didn't complain about it changing. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yay, now it worked. And nothing changed from Pidgin 2. Okay, good. Good. But I have to go update this in Pidgin and Pidgin Clean. Because, I don't know, somehow I got the wrong token. I don't know how I got the wrong token, but I did. Alright, so now... Alright, yep. I think it's supposed to be Pidgin 3.pot. Or this has to get escaped. What the fuck, man? Join requests. So I'm confused. The slug and the name. Right? Compare this to the Pidgin 2 one. I think it's a slug, and I think the dot is the problem. But let's see, right? Pidgin underscore pot dash 4. Okay, so it looks like it's a slug. And the slug can't have a dot in it. That's what's confusing it. Okay, I think. All right, we just made a Pidgin 3 pot. And it said this didn't exist. What the fuck? Oh, it's in the old format name. Son of a bitch. That's a problem. Hold on. There we go. But yeah, I need a pull request to do this part. So, but I don't think we're super worried about, like, I don't know how these translations could be done already when I'm saying they can't translate it, but I don't know. This was some tool that got sold to Atlassian, and you know, it's a miracle it even works at all, right? Oh, we got some new languages too, apparently. Oh, we've got ZH versus the different ones. Okay. Yeah, so one of the reasons why I want to do this is look how many lines got deleted. Because the updated profile is a lot smaller, right? So yeah, let's look at Chinese, simplified Chinese Taiwan. I think ZH is simplified Chinese. Oh, the Transifex bot does this, I guess. But yeah, so it's much smaller now, which is the key. And I'm not necessarily opposed to installing the old busted translations, but we need to update the TX file. And I kind of wanted to do that here, but Ivanhoe is obviously going to be sleeping, and I don't think QLogic is available tonight. Do I just YOLO this? We know it works. I can self-review. That's fine, right? That would have been easier. All right. That looks fine. But yeah, we'll update this with all the empty stuff. That's fine. It's not a big deal. Oh shit. That's fine. We'll do it this way. It's dumb, but it's okay. Update trans effects config. Created a new resource specific to Pidgin 3. Let's update the config to that resource. Yeah, we'll leave it like this for now. We're gonna do tx poll dash all and percent of 50. We're gonna do this again because I have to get the list of the new languages. Well, I suppose I was gonna put that in this commit, but if we're gonna YOLO all the translations, we can just update that there. Right, so the problem is there's this file here called linguas, and like this doesn't have ZH, right? So I have to put ZH in here and all the other ones that are missing, but that's fine. We'll do that as part of the YOLO. Translations are fun. All right. There shouldn't be any change here, any problems, that's fine. Did we actually save that? Shit. I don't remember what we actually have in the file now. Do we make it underscore? Oh wait, no, it's just supposed to be Pidgin 3 pot. Okay, so this says... Alright, good, that's fine. Alright, RBT post, bugs close, Pidgin. Why is somebody talking to me on Slack? Oh. People saying Happy New Year. That would be a good reason. Me, what? Yeah. Bah humbug, trying to release software. What was the other one? Oh, we didn't create an issue for this. That's fine. Okay. Did this earlier today by hand. This is fixed. Alright, new issue. Update trans effects config for new resource. New mystery pot resource. I'll just say a new Pidgin 3 specific resource in trans effects, and we need to update the effects config in tree to use it. This is small. Developer, sure. Task. Nationalization. EXP1. This is all so again, like we were talking about last night, this is all the stuff that like I wanted to get done in December, but just things didn't get aligned, right? And I didn't even think of translations at all. I was like, all right, what's in the release process? Oh shit, translations, right? Just because we haven't had a need for them, right? So it is what it is. 3708. Testing done. Ran tx poll dash all dash minimum first 50 verified that it was able to download everything. The minimum percentage doesn't seem to be working though, now that I think about it. Just gonna spit out my token. It doesn't look like it, but yeah. Totally. The default value uses the environment variable. It's like, oh, thanks. That's super. Okay, so whatever, that's fine. Verify the diff. Yep. So this is the old format that had to get updated. That was part of the problem. And then the source file just becomes pigeon.pot to pigeon3.pot. So we're gonna go ahead and hit publish. And then I'm gonna YOLO this. Let's do this way. Self-review before as part of release process. I should polymerize you. I don't need build yet. G branch RBT. Yeah. T land minus R. 3708 it was. TX poll dash dash all minimum perk 50. Okay, that's working. Joy, is it fireworks or gunshots have started already? I think that was fireworks. Wait for this. Well, do it this way. Do. Oh, I didn't do the. Whatever, it's fine. I didn't do the in progress setup, but whatever, it's fine. Who cares? All right. We just got discourse announcement and changelog. Well, that's not all we have. We actually have to do this part yet. It's fine. Oh, do. Okay, so now we're back to the YOLO land, right? Okay, so Arabic. I don't know what ARSA is. Anybody know what that is? And we can look it up. Oh, Saudi Arabia, most likely. I don't know what AZ is. AZ at Latin and AZ. BE Belgium. CY. Don't know that one either. GTK. Spanish Colombia. We are going to run sword on this. So since we're going to do that, let's just do this. Or, shit, what did I last do? I did ES Colombia. Yeah. Oh, I can't do it this way. Whatever. I was going to drop it into Sublime Text and multi-cursor, but I suppose I can still just do it this way. Nope, that was not what I meant to do. I hit D again. S/po///G. Not G. Okay. .po// Boom. That didn't work right. Oh no, it did. What the fuck is SAT and SZL? I don't know that GitText knows those. I might regret doing this. I should have made a commit or something. Oh, why is it Richard for a bunch of stuff? Oh, because this is, yeah, okay. Ugh. Okay. There's some other stuff we have in the old documentation. The old stuff. In translations and strips file name and line numbers to keep diffs smaller. I don't really care about that, but let's do this. This shouldn't be an issue right now. But okay, whatever, it's fine. All right. Yep. All no translations. Yay. Oh, you know what? So Transifex must have just just stubbed them all out for all the languages, which is fine. All right. So I think we're good. I meant to do tail on this, but yeah. So we're going to delete 1.1 million lines and add 250,000 because translations. Although I'm curious why some of these are longer than others. Oh, these are the new ones. Right. We have ES. Where's ES? I skipped a bunch apparently. They hit end. Yeah. So the ones that are new are a little bit bigger, although I'm curious where those change, but whatever, not a big deal. All right. HG stat, HG. We don't need a branch. HG check-in. Update. Linga and all and all profiles from Transfix. I'm gonna say this is a new new resource, so nothing is translated yet. Yeah, it seems fine. All right, TX push. This is not talking about a token anywhere, right? I don't think so. We might have post-release steps for this. No, we don't. Okay, so, TX push translation dash all. Is there a dry run or anything? Looks like no. Because resources no what? Probably not found. So it's saying there's no AF. But there's Afrikaans right there. Oh, 0 words translated. Okay. Did it just give up after that? Was there a verbose in here? Let's just do this. Push. I'll have to do languages. Because resource. Oh, because it's not accepting translations. That's what it's going to be. There we go. Okay. You know, it'd be nice if they didn't truncate that message, but what are you going to do? Oh, also the other night I had a random crash in Pidgin 3, and I didn't get a backlog. So, yeah. All right. Translations are updated. This is going to take a minute. Or not. Wow. Okay. Okay. Sweet. I didn't create a ticket for that. That's fine. All right. Who's ready to do this release? There's nobody here. Nobody's talking. Everyone's too busy partying or eating dinner. I don't know. Hopefully not working. Alright. You're on mobile? Okay. Why is my Mastodon getting pinged again? Ah. Alright, so translations are open. Got your ears peeled? Okay. RBT land minus R. Checking documentation. I just mean like none of the regulars are here. I tried to hype this as release night, but I didn't hype it super well. So, you know, shit happens. It's fine. Oh, this is completed now. I meant to do that before. That's okay. All right. 3705. Run the turtles. We have to update the flat hub pull request is 2. Yeah. Task. This is small. I'm not gonna. Oh, difficulty is developer. Maybe we should have a lead developer, stuff that like only I can do. Um. All right. This is just so I don't forget about it. So the dashboard should still be updating properly. God, I can't read that. 95%? Is that what it says? All right. Turtles worked. We're gonna run dist to make sure this is good. We're in the docks. Come on. Thanks, Robotic. Have a good one. Catch you later. And enjoy the future while you can. Ooh, that's ominous. All right. We are good to go. So, yep, we just put a V before it. All right. HG tag v2.90.0. Right, oh, okay, that's There we go. We are building that release tarball. So the reason we run this twice is we make sure everything's good, then we tag, then we do the actual release, the actual disk command. And we build it from the tag. That's why I updated to the tag revision. Because when you create a tag, it creates a new revision because the tags are stored in a file called .httags. Git does the same thing called git tags. So when you tag a revision, you're actually no longer on that revision anymore. So if you want to release from the tagged version, you have to update to that tagged revision. It's weird and silly, but it's the way it goes. All right. Now, whatever, we can keep. Yeah, we can stay whatever. GPG minus B minus A, Pidgin 2.90.tower.xz. And we are signed. S copy Pidgin 2.90.0.rgd star to frs.sf.net /home/frs/pigeon/project pigeon/pigeon 3 2.90.0. Go. Verify. Okay. All right. They are up. We are released. They nope, they still haven't pushed them around everywhere. How big is their tarball? 1.2 megs, damn. And that's after getting the translations seriously cut down too. All right, we're done over there. We're done over here. All right, we got a whole bunch of other stuff we have to do, but a few more things we have to do here. Oh, I should have done this first, but whatever. Mason build 2.90.1-dev change log. 9 years to get this. This isn't even the final. 9 years to get to the first release. Hmm. No. Checking. Prepare for the next round of developments. Yep. Alright. Well, this is going. Well, this shouldn't take too long. But. Darballs are alive. Woo! What did I use to build this again? It's in their instructions, which I closed. Okay. All right, we don't do K Wallet in this yet. We'll get there at some point. And the flat pack, 3709. Oh, are we supposed to use Devil? Like, I guess we should make it Devil because it says it in there. Like, it's literally on the same thing. So I'm gonna get busted for that if I don't do that way. All right, that looks like it worked fine. Nope. Did I close the GitHub thing? I guess so. Nope. Well, there's notification. Okay, yeah, there it is. I'm blind. I was not seeing the right thing. What am I supposed to say to make it build this? And can I say more? Hold on. Okay. I don't know if I can say more than one this here, but I'm gonna say, uh, uh, yeah. Flathead bot is doing its thing now. We should be good with that. Okay. We can come back to that later. So FlatHub's going to be delayed because apparently they're having some infrastructure issues. Dated. New build. I'll say this is finished. And yes, I'm using the issue tracker to keep track of stuff I need to do for the release, which is fine. Oh, we didn't close this. Oh, we did. Nope. I just never put fixed. Okay. So we've got discourse announcements and all the other freaking announcements. The discourse announcement is going to be the first thing that we do. And then we're going to point everybody to the discourse announcement. Part of that is so that we can keep the majority of the story in one place, and the other part is to actually get people using our discourse since we don't have email or anything anymore. And the discourse is, better than email anyways. It's easier to find, stuff like that. Like, I know people fight me for that, but whatever. I was not done with this. Yep. So an hour and a half to finish getting. We got the issue tracker fixed. We got a whole bunch of other random stuff done, or all the translation stuff, and we got the release out. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Oh, there's an ad going right now. Well, I'm gonna take a break once I'm done updating this because I need to go pee and I need to get more water. Then we have 3 months to get as much done as we can before the next, or for 2.91 or 2.91.0. Like, we're probably gonna have some point releases with little fixes, and that's okay, right? But the main goal is trying to get to the bigger stuff. Or, the experimental releases are just kind of what we have, right? So actually, I'm not too worried about the minor versioning and stuff like that. We'll bump the minor when we add or when we change API. And if we get up into the hundreds or 3,000s, I don't really care. Right? It's a dev stuff. All right. RBT post minus R. 3709. All right. Publish. All right. I know an ad just finished, but like I said, we're congrats on order. Yes. Thank you much. And I don't know how I didn't see that till now, but yeah. All right. All right. So we're gonna take a quick break. I gotta go pee, get water. I will be back in a few minutes. Bye. Bye. All right, sorry about that. I also decided to eat an ice cream or what, or a Milky Way ice cream bar. It was good, but cold. All right, so Transfex is good. I can come back to that. That's fine. We should update that stuff, but yep. Yep, don't need that. That's all good. Any downloads yet? They don't know. They don't show us until the next day or something. Don't need that. Don't need that. I don't remember what I was using that for, but yeah. All right, so what do we got left? We got the Discord announcement. All right. Pidgin. New topic. Pidgin experimental. Pidgin 3.0 experimental 1 has been released. Announcement. Release. Are ecstatic. Yeah. EC, is it? No. Is that right? ECS. Announce the first experimental release of Pidgin 3.0 has that we have released the first experimental version of Pidgin 3.0. It's going Surly. Happy New Year. Sorry, 2025. We're getting that a lot. I mean, to be fair, it's 8:20 p.m. here, so yeah. Thank you for all that work on Pidgin. You're using it at the moment to chat to people. Awesome, awesome. So am I, but I'm using Pidgin 3 for IRC. Hi, mister. That's cool. Pidgin 3 still has a lot to do for IRC, but it works. It works pretty well. Doesn't quite detect disconnections right all the time. And that's something we're just going to have to deal with over time. But that's awesome. Glad you're still using it. That's too many. So it's just like, oh, it's not too many. What are you doing putting them back in the box? Oh, I don't have the camera on. You can't see. I've been kind of teasing him. I keep the treats in my hand, and I put my hand over the dish, and then he's like trying to find them. Ever on 24/7 on Raspberry Pi? Nice. Are you using Pidgin or Finch? Okay, you remote into the Pi. Gotcha. Finch is a terminal or Ncurses interface. We've currently dropped it for Pidgin 3, or for the 3 series, just because we don't have the time and resources to actually develop it. We're having a hard enough time trying to get Pidgin going, let alone adding another user interface on top. Official version is 2.90.0. And we will continue with the 2.9x, or continue releasing in this fashion until we are ready for 3.0.0 proper. This release has been the culmination. No. How do you spell this? I was close. Okay. Culmination of many years of work and what else do I want to say here? And of churn. It's like, why didn't Matt quote everything? Like, oh, because it's tabbed in. Actually, hold on. Undo. I'm going to write a lot more on the top. I just want to get the change login right away, so it's there. I'm going to try to do a little bit of story time here as we go. All right. What do we have in that other announcement? Oh, you know what I didn't test, and I should have? To make sure that the dev thing stays in there. And I think it does. The notification says this is an unreleased version of Pidgin. Maybe it's not unreleased, but you know, it's not general availability or like whatever. It's for tinkerers. It's not for end users yet. Good. Okay. We should probably clean up that message a little bit, but it's okay for right now. We officially announced that we'll be releasing the first experimental release of Pidgin 3 on December 31st, 2024. This release is a pre-alpha release, and no one should be using it full time. The idea is to get something to reach at least 16. Yeah, I do want to say pre-alpha. This is a pre-alpha release with an official version number of 2.90. We will continue releasing this fashion until we're ready for 3.0, which will be a general availability. Oh. Which will be the release we consider ready for end users. All right, a lot of churn. Ideas of this version started in 2008. Oh, yep, come on. Oh, actually, no. What I want to do is I want to say log minus r first of branch release 2.x.y. Half an hour to the future here. Yep, have a good one, Manuel. I will see you in the future as well. Hope you're doing or have a good time, and we'll catch you later. Oh, that's all we want. There we go. Okay. So, God, this is a nightmare. So this came off of. I don't know why. Okay, that's the first commit for release 2.x.y by the looks of it. It's gonna loop around. 2.10. Look at all this work we used to do translations. Oof. Wait, 2.10 was 2011? Jeez. Yeah. Version started in 2008. But wasn't actually branched until 2011. Tell and remember. Threado branch from initially supporting both GTK plus 2 and 3 to just supporting GTK plus 3 before we decided we should just bite the bullet and move to GTK 4 instead. Also pulled in lib add wada. I'll say add wada. Even though official GNOME app. Sure, that's fine. At one point we had we even one point we were using WebKit. It's capitalization on WebKit. That's what I thought. WebKit. Our conversation history. Intent to support idiom themes. But that was using the WebKit 1 API. Like, I'm trying to decide how much to put in here, and the thing is this, there's just so much that's happened in 9 years. I can literally write a small novella here, right? But I'm trying to like find what the fun and interesting stories are and go from there. That was using WebKit 1 API, which was being deprecated and removed from Linux distributions. We spent some time looking at WebKit 2, but when we found out there was no port of it, found out there was no Windows support of it, we had to give up on it. After that, we started a new library for input and history widgets named Talkatoo. That let us experiment with these widgets and slowly replace and slowly bring them into Pidgin 3. We built Talkatoo the intent of being used in other chat clients, but combining that with libpurple made things very difficult. So difficult that we ended up abandoning Talkatoo and used the lessons we learned from it in Pidgin 3 itself. There's just, I don't even know what else to talk about, man. The biggest idea for Pidgin 3 was to use the G-object type system that was included, included in glib. Sure it works. The library we were already, which we were already using extensively. Extensively. This would give us better tested type. Give us better types and signals than the homegrown ones we had, and it would also give us reference counting, which is something we desperately needed. Oh. I'm trying to decide, like, should we have a section that says, like, story time or what, right? Um, the issues in this migration was signals. In Purple 2 and earlier, signals were class-based. That means is you would connect to a signal to find out when or you would only have to connect to a single signal to find out when a new message was written to any conversation. It is very different from GObject signals that are instance based, which means you connect to every instance to receive that signal. Spent a fair amount of time on this problem. Gary even wrote there's no readme. That's fine. A of concept using some, I guess, some low-level GObject API. GObject API and submitted it to lib to be merged. However, they didn't like the idea and rejected the pull request. I wonder if that's still here. Well, that's not how this works. I'm thinking it'll say author, or no, hold on. Yeah, I want to say author equals Grimmy. I think I'm Grimmy here. I'm Grim. Nope, it's not here. It's where the hell we did this before. They didn't like this one either. Yeah, this is all right. What if I search for dash signals? Yeah, I don't know. This is like it could be here, but it's matching signal, which is a problem. Oh, it doesn't matter. All right. Pull request. To the drawing board. Until we came with the idea of managers or manager objects. Wrote in detail about this on my blog. Or, oh, it's just Grim, isn't it? Subsystems to managers. Fuck, April 23. Blog post from subsystems to managers. The short version is that we have manager objects that propagate the signals. Manager objects that are collection of objects and propagate their signals. This means that each signal emission has one, whatever, people don't really care. Is that we now have manager objects that hold a collection of objects and propagate the signals. Sure. Which solves the problems. Solves the problem with just a tiny bit of overhead as sure, it's fine. What are some of the other big things? Passwords are kind of a big thing, but they were already done by the time I took over. Well, we rewrote it and changed the way it worked. Then decided we should just bite the bullet and move to GTK 4 instead. Actually, I have a blog post called Trials and Tribulations, and that's probably a good place to look at for this. Oh no, this is not even fucking code related. Okay, yep, that was not the one I was thinking of. And rejected. Not really the first paragraph, but thanks for trying. However, they didn't like the idea and rejected the pull request. There you go. Okay. Yep. Thank you. What else did I write about in the blog? Oh, okay. Yeah. This is just, yeah. Oh, so much has happened in the past 9 years. It's absurd. Um, oh, okay. We can talk about that. I can spin on that for a little bit. Say Gary took over the project in January of 2016, thinking he would have. Yes, I'm writing this in third person. That's fine. Finished by the end of 2016. Even joked that he really only wanted to be the developer for like 2 years or so. Here we are 9 years later, and he's still leading and finally getting a pre-alpha release out the door. Fine. In those 9 years, over those 9 years, productivity has ebbed and flowed a lot. Contributors have come and gone. And we appreciate all the work that they have done for the project. There is one contributor I don't want to phrase this. Yep, crap, wrong tab. Trying to clean up tabs here real quick, and I got a little overzealous. Although did lose one contributor to some what's the word I'm looking for here? Extenuating? Extends you. I have no idea how to actually spell this. If that's right, I'll be amazed. All right. I think this is right. Then extenuating circumstances. I had recently moved to USA on an is it HB1? I thought it was H1B, but something I saw recently said HB1. H1B. On an H1B visa. And company they were working for decided that didn't like the legal gray area that was our greater that some of our protocol code created. A contributor because of this, we instituted instituted a new policy where only open source / open specification protocols are allowed in our main code repository. Yeah, I think that's right. Although we did lose one contributor to some extenuating circumstances, they had recently moved to the USA on an H-1B visa. The company they were working for decided that they didn't like the legal gray area that some of our protocol code created. This meant that the contributor could no longer contribute and contribute. Sure. And they found something else to do with their free time. Right. Because of this, we instituted a new policy where only open source / open specification protocols are allowed in our main code repository. Yep. Okay. Back to the blog. We could talk about the hosting situation stuff. I don't want to get too much into that. We can, but yeah. What are we saying? What's taking so long? There's job education. Summer code project. Happy New Year, Udar. It doesn't matter if it's early or not, because we're all in different time zones. But either way, Happy New Year. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's do this. We're going to frame this way. All right, so. Here documented some of the reasons why this release had been taking so long in his blog post titled "What's Taking So Long with Pidgin 3?" Happy New Year, Swills. How you doing? So the release is out. I'm glad you don't do ports anymore because it should not go into ports yet. I should put that way higher than this. Release is milestone. This release has been the culmination of many years of work and a lot of churn. The ideas of this version started 2011, but actually have been priced in 2011, from what I can tell. This means, let's say, it is a milestone release. It is something we think other tinkerers and developers may want to start playing with, but it is not meant for end users. As such, we are asking that packagers please do not package this for your users yet. As the potential support requests will be too much for us to handle. Okay. Oh. We are also working on getting this release put up on FlatHub Beta, but due to some infrastructure issues there, this won't happen until the end of this week. We'll update this post when it becomes available with instructions how to get it, how to install it. It has a bunch of. Who are you talking to on Twitter? Like, where? What's the link to the tweet? And number two, you're not spelling pigeon right, which I'm hoping is an autocorrect, but yeah. There's a lot of BS about pigeon security that have you considered not being an ass? Let's start with that. So the whole Pidgin being a huge security issue and being called libcve, that whole thing was started by a serial rapist in this infosec community. So let's start with taking him at his word, which we know is bad because he is a serial rapist. And then you're gonna come at me and tell me to rewrite a whole huge fucking project like it's just easy and we can just do it and we have all the free time in the world. And yeah, I mean, if you want to pay me $3 billion, I'll rewrite it in Rust. That's fine. $3 billion is a minimum price tag, though. Just that simple. So yeah, let's just leave it there. But yeah, literally in our changelog, and I debated about putting this in or not, but we left it because, yep, we're not ever rewriting any of this in Rust. So you Rust people, go fuck yourselves. It's that simple. Yeah, yeah. Also, the person that named Purple libcve is now hanging out with RMS. So, I mean, you can just tell by his company that they all have bad taste when it comes to issues of sexual assault and raping and all sorts of other bullshit. So, just stay the fuck away from them. But if you're gonna base the word on that to come in here and act like a fool, then I guess you're probably in that crowd too. Where do they complain about it? They're not complaining to me. They're not in our issue tracker. We do responsible disclosure of security issues, which you clearly haven't looked at, because you would know that. Oop, oop. Here's our entire list of all of it. I believe we have had 83 security advisories over 26 years. That's like 3.5 security issues a year. All right, I'm done. I'm done. You're not going to listen. You're just going to be a fucking troll. You're just gone. That's simple. Bye. Yeah, Swells, they're just trying to get a rise out of me. That's all. And they're just, it's not worth the time. They're just gone. I'm not going to sit here and dick around with asshats. That simple. Well, you see, I heard that Windows has a lot of security issues. Have you considered rewriting Windows in Rust? Like, go fuck yourself, man. Yeah, it's all garbage. It's all dumb bullshit. But their Twitter account or their Twitch account is almost old enough to be on Twitch, so they're just trolling. They're not some stupid newbie. They're just an asshole. So yeah. Yeah, exactly, Marion. Exactly. Right? And the thing is, too many developers don't put in the work. And then they have to depend on the language to do it, which is where Rust comes in. And Elm even, right? Or Zig. Right? And that's fine, right? You can, if you want to do it that way, that's fine. Just stop being an asshole to everybody else. Yeah, C has tons of tools for this stuff, and we use, I think, all of them. We're not up to date on fuzzing. But yeah, right? We do all this stuff. But oh no, use after freeze. I mean, people do use after freeze all the time because they forget about stuff and they do stupid shit, but it's still technically fine in a single threaded application, right? Like, we're totally off track here. But, right, so if I have, whatever, A equals stirdoop, right, and if I say free A printf %s, I don't know. That's a use after free. Doesn't do anything. Still works fine. You shouldn't do it, but it works, right? Right? That's a use after free. Anybody worth their salt doing code review should catch that. Right? That's the way it should be. But this still works fine. And that shouldn't be a security issue. Right? I think C is so much worse than C++. Yeah, I know. Well, you see, you have a million pointer types in C++, so as long as you pick the right one, you don't have the issues. All right, anyways. This is a milestone release. It is something we think other tinkers and developers may want to start playing with, but is not meant for end users. As such, we're asking packagers, please do not package this for your users yet, as potential support requests will be too much for us to handle at this time. Looking forward, we'll doing quarterly releases. Experimental releases. When you hear them about remote code execution, your mind blows. When did developers start trusting user input data? Yeah, no, I mean, that's a whole nother problem too. But it's fine. The borrow checker will stop you. It'll be fine. There's no problem. We'll be doing quarterly experimental releases. Next one scheduled for 2024 03/31. All right. With experimental 2. That release will not necessarily be 2.91.0, as we are intending to bump a minor version for any API changes. Um, 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 but they will not be getting the... Oh. Maybe we need to change the way this works a little bit. Oh, did this finish? Flathead bot told me it was either done with this or not. No, I'm looking for... I've got it closed. Oh, it just started it. Oh. Okay. Guess it was queued a lot. Everybody's building today. All right. We're doing quarterly experimental releases. Experimental 2 being scheduled for 2024. What do I want to call this, right? Like, so the problem is the experimental name on the release is just a tag we're putting on it, right? Or I guess maybe this is fine. Yeah, let's go with this. My release will most likely be 291. Most likely a version number 2.91.0, but things could change. All right. All right. What took so long? All right. So back to this. This post is getting really long, but that's kind of the point. Everything took so long, so yeah. Did I say 2024? I did. Thank you. How's it going, Insanities? Welcome, welcome. All right. Gary documents some of the reasons why this release has been taking so long in his blog post titled "What's Taking So Long with Pidgin 3," but we'll try to explain a bit more of that here. Gary took over the project in January 2016, thinking we would have 3.0 finished by the end of 2016. He even joked that he really only wanted to be the lead developer for like 2 years or so. But here we are 9 years later, and he's still leading and finally getting a pre-release alpha out the door. Over those 9 years, productivity has ebbed and flowed a lot. Contributors have come and gone, and we appreciate all the work that they have done for the project. Although we did lose one contributor to some extenuating circumstances. They had moved, recently, doesn't matter. They had moved to the USA on an H-1B visa, and the company they were working for decided that they didn't like the legal gray area that some of our protocol code created. This meant the contributor... Okay, paragraph's kind of big. I feel like I should split it, but not. Oh, just try it. This meant the contributor could no longer contribute, and they found something else to do with their free time. Because of this, we instituted a new policy where only open source / open specification protocols are allowed in our codebase. That's fine. The biggest idea for Pidgin 3 was to use the G-object type system that is included in glib, which we were already using extensively. This would give us better types and signals than the homegrown ones we had, and it would also give us a reference counting, better and more tested types and signals. Okay, yep. Something we desperately needed. Can't have a use after free if you're reference counted. Although we still worked around it. We didn't use after freeze because, you know, you can't do that stuff that way. You would just crash all the fucking time. Because the pointers would change. One of the issues in this migration was signals. In Purple 2 and earlier, signals were class-based. What this means is you would only have to connect to a single signal to find out when a new message was written to any conversation. What this means... you would only have to connect to a single signal to be notified. An example of this is finding out when a new message is written to any conversation. It's very different from GTK signals that are instance-based, which means you have to connect to every instance to receive that signal. This can probably still stay here. We spent a fair amount of time on this problem, and Gary even wrote a proof of concept using some low-level GObject API and submitted it to glib to get it merged. However, they didn't like the idea and rejected the pull request. This put us back to the drawing board until we came up for performance and performance reasons. Sure. This was back on the drawing board until we came up with the idea of manager objects. Apparently, I'm calling myself different names in third person. Gary wrote in detail about this on a blog post, From Subsystems to Managers. But the short version is that we now have manager objects that hold a collection of objects and propagate signals, which propagates the signals of those objects, which solves the problem with just a tiny bit of overhead. Do we want to put like subtopics on these? I don't know. Initially, Pidgin 3 supported both GTK 2 and GTK 3. But shortly after Gary took over, GTK plus 2 support was dropped. A few years later, we then decided we should just bite the bullet and move to GTK 4 instead, as GTK plus 3 was no longer, or was longer being actively developed. Trying to do some benchmark comparing IO urine, or you know I don't care about this stuff, man. Yeah, I have no idea. And that is they didn't implement it because it's a Linux thing, right? Initially, Pidgin 3 supported both GTK 2 and 3. But shortly after Gary took over, GTK 2 support was dropped. A few years later, it was then decided that we should just bite the bullet and move to GTK 4 instead, as GTK 3 was no longer being actively developed. Which meant we were just creating tech debt. As part of the GTK 4 migration, we also pulled in libwada, even though we're not official GNOME application. Additionally, at one point we were using WebKit as our conversation history. with the intent being intent to be able to support 18 themes. So that was using the initial work to do this was done using the WebKit 1 API, which was being deprecated, one API, which eventually was being deprecated and removed from the Linux distributions. We spent some time looking at WebKit 2, but when we found out there was no Windows port of it, we had to give up on it. After that, we started a new library for input and history widgets named Talkatoo. Started a new library for input history and additional widgets named Talkatoo. Talkatoo let us experiment with these widgets and slowly bring them into Pidgin 3. We built Talkatoo with the intent, I'll probably say it here. We built it with the intent of it being used in other chat clients, but combining that with libpurple made things very difficult. So difficult that we ended up abandoning Talkatoo and used the lessons we learned from it in Pidgin 3 directly. I mean, to give up. Which means we had to give up on a whatever. That's implied. This feels like there's so much more I could talk about here. Do it. Write an implementation. I wanted the stupid thing up there that says 3 hours ago or whatever right now so bad that I had to write it. Which is dumb, but it's fine. It's only like 100 lines ago. Did you know that you can have a null pointer exception in Go? That means Go is insecure and you shouldn't write anything new in it. Is that a good enough frustration or crustacean impersonation? Did you know that Lua is a C-based embedded programming language? And that means that you inherit all of the same security issues in C because of Lua? That means you shouldn't write Lua code. It's just like fucking hell, man. Yeah, you're right. Nobody should write anything. Let's just go bang rocks together. Then that's it. That's everything. Oh, sharing chat. Oh, there's 2 unban requests. Let's see. I was like, I wonder if there's an unban request here. Maybe. Oh, sorry. Echo. Where are they here? Automod Q mod actions. Unban requests. Oh, yep. Y'all remember the asshole about that got banned because he was, for years, he came in here saying, "Oh, your cat's still alive," and then he said some stupid shit about Big Boy dying. Actually, he said, "Finally, you did it, didn't you?" He didn't ask. He sent an unban request just to say sorry. And somebody else just, yeah, whatever. I don't care. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you weren't here for that, were you, Swills? I went off, and I honestly I did cry. But I brought Big Boy's urn out to be like, you want to see my cat? Here's my fucking cat. It was bad. Yeah, it for years. He'd be like, "Oh, I'm just coming to see if your cat's alive," and multiple times, like, dude, that's not cool. Like, I don't care who you are, what culture you're from, that's not cool. And I might have said, one day he's going to die, and you're going to ask that question, and I hope you feel like a dick. And he didn't. I mean, maybe did enough to apologize. Said it was too dark. Too much of dark humor. Yeah. Like, yeah, no shit. I've been saying that for fucking years. You don't joke about the his livelihood. Not maybe. You don't joke about somebody's pets being alive. It shouldn't ever be on the table. It's like joking about your kids. Oh, I see you kept your kid alive. Congratulations on not being a neglectful asshat, right? Like, what the shit? Like, that's what it sounds like. But as we've already seen tonight, people are just shitty. They're just shitty. Um, um, oh, but by far the biggest issue has been that all of the API in Pidgin 2 and earlier were designed for chat protocols of that era. The that means is the largest issue here being about message delivery and display. With older chat protocols, you couldn't edit messages, react to them, reply to them, delete them, or create threads from them. So most chat clients, so most chat protocols had no way to identify a specific message. So you start adding because of this, Pidgin 2 and earlier, just receive the message, possibly saved it, possibly logged it. We'll just say logged. Logged it to a file, and then displayed it in the history widget. Which means which means all of our API was just passing that message around as a bare string. Doing it over and over again. It's not a joke. Yeah, yeah. I mean, people like to think that they're dumb, stupid, off base and dark humor is funny and maybe endearing, but it's not. It's just stupid, right? It's like people that are like it's like people that neg you all the time, right? Because they think they think that that's them being friendly, right? So like, oh, what'd you do this weekend? Sit at home alone with your cat, and they say that every fucking Monday morning, right? That's negging, right? They're just negative comments to you constantly. They're bombarding you with it, right? They think they're being friends, and they'll be like, well, you know, you gotta laugh at yourself, and it's like, no, I don't have to do a damn thing you tell me to, right? Just full stop. And it's just, there's a lot of people that are out there that are like that, and it's shitty, but what are you gonna do, right? Edgelord should have went away with 4chan. Yeah, yeah. Swills, you've never had to deal with people like that? Fuck, that's one of the reasons I left a company I really, really liked. And that person, say something funny. Yeah, yeah. That person in particular, we used to sit next to each other. When the opportunity arose, my team lead gave me the chance to move my desk. And then that person was also trying to force me into patenting something we built that came up as my idea. And even though I said I have no interest in doing anything when it comes to software patents, like I'm a hardcore open source developer, me putting my name on a software patent is just not going to happen, right? They kept doing it, kept doing it, kept doing it. Then they got to a point where they're like, well, I made all the documentation and everything, so I put myself as the primary inventor. And I'm like, you think Edison put all his documentation together out by himself? But anyways, we got into multiple yelling matches in the middle of an open concept office. So much to the point where other people were thinking I enjoyed arguing with people. Do you all think I enjoy arguing with people? I fucking hate arguing with people. But I'm not going to sit here and let people say stupid shit either. But yeah. So, anyways, I ended up leaving that company, and then that person's like, "You," or like after I left, they're like, "You treated me so bad," and blah blah blah. And I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about? I did everything I could to get away from you, so I didn't have to deal with you, and now you're playing the victim? Like fucking hell, absolutely ridiculous." Yeah, this is years ago. It's not a big deal. It's just people are fucking stupid. They're horrible everywhere. Should have patented it and then decided to, and then donate to one of the open source. But dude, we couldn't even get the software we wrote open sourced because legal just dragged their leg or dragged their feet. And the music is broke. There you go. It's just, yeah. Yeah, it's stupid, right? But like, we presented this software at a conference, and we're like, yeah, we're hoping to open source it, and blah blah blah. And then just they drag their feet. We couldn't do anything with it. Any stuff you did on a company's payroll gives you the copyright rights to stuff. I don't know if that's the case or not. I'm not that well versed in that, so I can't say. Like, if that's the case, cool. I don't know. But so the thing was, we had just gotten our company had just gotten purchased by ShoreTel, and ShoreTel is very big on having software patents. So they were pushing all development teams to get patents going, and that's where part of this drama started from. Because like I don't roll over for anybody. Um, so yep. So, but yeah, I don't know. Like we would have been named as the authors, but again, like I'm not putting my name on a software patent, right? The software patents are like nobody enforces software patents. So, of all the big software patents, nobody can enforce any of their patents because to do so would break everything. Like if Microsoft decided to, they can shut down GNOME right now because they have a software patent on displaying a subsection of a computer display or displaying an application in a subsection of a computer display. You know, a window. Not like Windows, the operating system. Like, no, literally, they have a patent on this. What this window is right here, conceptually, obviously not the contents, they have a patent on that. And they can try to force everybody to go and pay them for it and stuff like that. But this is why software patents are stupid. But yeah. No, most companies here, or at least around me that I've worked for, they all have the clause that says anything you create while you work here is property of the company. I constantly have to get that redlined because that terminology is too vague and encompasses too much, right? Um, so we get it rewritten to say something like anything you create for the company is property of the company, right? Because otherwise, we're like, just because I work there, does that mean I can't work on Pidgin? And if I work on Pidgin, it's all under their name? No, right? That's not happening. So yeah, Nintendo's enforcing software patent on Palworld in Japan. Yeah, I know, I'm aware. Um, like, of all the companies to poke at when it comes to intellectual property, I, I I don't understand why anybody tries to do that with Nintendo. Um, and it's yeah. The problem with the Nintendo and Pal World stuff is that Nintendo allegedly, I haven't read any of the documents or anything. This is just what I've read online and stuff. Allegedly, Nintendo filed for the copyrights after Pal World was released, basically to give them legal footing to them sue them. Um, and that is a total patent troll move. But at the same time, Nintendo is litigious as shit. So why would you poke them? They only want 70K. Just fucking pay them, right? Like Pal World, didn't it sell millions of copies? Surely they have 70K on hand to pay for it. Some dumb patents out there, like dialogue systems and menu systems. Yeah, exactly. Right? There's so many dumb patents out there, and there's nothing, anything fucking good. Like, look at the MPEG patents, right? How long did we not have MP3 support on Linux? You had to go like find some crappy DLL or not DLL, some crappy library to do MP3 decoding because of the MPEG patents, right? And then eventually distros were just like, we'll chance it. They just started adding them, right? But like, you still can't do that with DVDs, even though DVDs aren't a huge format anymore. But because of the DMCA and the encryption on DVDs, if you want to watch a DVD on Linux, you still have to break the law, even though the encryption is absolutely horrible and was broken by a 12-year-old. Not to say that the 12-year-old wasn't fucking smart or anything, but do you all know the way that DCSS works? Or DECSS works? It's really stupid. It's so stupid. It scans the video for a black frame, and boop, there's your encryption key. Or it's something along that way. It's something along those lines. It's you look for a black screen, and there's some easy way to pull the key out of that. DECSS is the library you use for reading DVDs. Yeah, real funny. Yeah. Was advised by 3 people. Where's the cracking of it? Oh wait, wait. John Johansson. Wait. The program was first released. Okay, wait. Oh right. It was devised by 3 people. 2 of whom remain anonymous. It was on the internet mailing list in October 1999. One unknown authors. Home was raided in 2000 by Norwegian police for fucking software code, right? That like didn't attack anything. It just let him read a DVD, and he got raided for it. Still teenage time. He's put on trial in Norwegian court. Blah blah. Where's the actual like technique? Phone code for okay. Okay. Apparently, I've got the story wrong. I thought okay. Oh, they put on image on the screen and they look at the displayed image and they have the right. So they're saying that like this doesn't make sense. Because if this is the case that you just needed the key for this, then like the library should have been much smaller than it was. Um. Oh, okay. Yeah. Wait. It was found to be susceptible to a brute force attack, quite different from DCSS. The encryption is only 40-bit and does not use all keys. A high-end home computer 99 running optimized code could brute force it within 24 hours. Modern computers can brute force it in a few seconds or less. This isn't. All right. Well, whatever. Maybe the story I know is wrong. I don't know. I don't really care. It's totally off topic from what we're actually trying to do tonight. Trying to make an argument that the number was sacred, basically. Yeah, there's a lot of magic numbers that they try to copyright and stuff. And if you know it, then you can change the world and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so the reason they did the shirts and stuff was it wasn't. So, like, the sacred key stuff only worked when it was computer code. Like as a file or something like that. This gets to like the whole like encryption export restrictions they used to have in the US too, right? So like when PGP first came out, um, due to US export laws on encryption technology, it was illegal for you to share that to somebody outside of the US. Um, so or to share it as like a program or a source code. So what they would do is they would write it down in a book or like print it out in a book and then send the book because the book wasn't computer code. That was, I mean, it was computer code, but it wasn't computer readable code, right? Same deal with like T-shirts and stuff like that. So like PGP has a whole thing too. PGP export restrictions, subversions. No, I shouldn't. Restriction hacks. Yeah. Okay. So Hacker News has a link to this on Wikipedia. Zimmerman challenged these regulations in an imaginative way. In 1995, he publishes the entire source code of PGP in a hardback book by MIT Press, which was distributed and sold widely. Anybody wishing to build their own copy of PGP could cut off the cover, separate the pages, and scan them using an OCR program, or conceivably enter it as a type-in program. OCR software is not available. Creating a set of source code text files. One could then build the application using the freely available GCC. PGP would thus be available anywhere in the world. The claim principle was simple. Export of munitions, guns, bombs, planes, and software was and remains restricted. So, yeah. Fortunately, Bouncy Castle exists, yes. They can't hardly buy DVDs anymore. Yeah, yeah. Everything's stupid. Businesses rule too much. That's that's end of story. Just received a early. Just received a message, possibly logged it to a file, and then just, which means all of our API, which is passing the mess around with bare string. So to how's it going, Roman Empire? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Thank you for the 4 months. Greatly appreciate it. Books are protected because they are speech. Awesome hack. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's hack the system as it hacks you or something. I don't know. You're good? Good to hear it. Good to hear it. So to even get started with the above mentioned features, everything relating to messages had to be updated and reworked, which in a chat application is basically everything. Recent news, 3-letter agencies took down World Rings after they offered them encrypted IM service platform. I don't know World Rings. Yeah. Finals are over. You passed your C++ class with a B+. Nice. It wasn't an A, only because pointers are weird when you first learn them. Yeah, yeah. Many, many years ago, oh, criminal rings. Okay, gotcha. Many, many years ago, I was throwing around the idea of teaching, and my my caveat was, I don't want to teach pointers, so I want students that already know pointers. And needless to say, I never started teaching. That said, to teach at that level, I would have had to have been like a professor in a university. And then when I found out that they don't actually really tend to write a lot of code, and they write more research papers, I was like, yeah, that's not the job for me. So yeah. Oh, I know what you're talking about, Mariana. Or Marianne, my bad. Yeah. I remember hearing about that story. I don't remember specifics though. But it's like there was an encrypted platform that was a honeypot, and people bought into it. Teachers barely get pointers themselves. They're not that hard. It just when you're first learning them, you're like, huh? And it's like it's fucking easy. Taught for 30 minutes. You taught for 30 minutes? Is that what you're saying? To be honest, you wish your professors were people who coded a lot? Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the way it goes, right? But like the problem is with people who code a lot, we forget all the beginner stuff. Right? Like I don't remember what it's like to learn C because I did it 30 years ago. Right? So like I don't know how to help you. I don't have like a start to finish how to teach somebody C. There's something to that, Swills, but I mean that's more like trades, right? I don't want to say trades. We'll say higher education, right? But like teachers in like grade school and stuff are obviously, yeah, they can do math, basic arithmetic, and yeah, teaching to do it. Yeah, that's fair too. That for 30 minutes when you read about a non. Okay, gotcha. All right, which is basically everything. As we reworked all of this, decided to rework everything instead of starting from scratch, as it seemed like we be able to do things iteratively, and keep the project working the entire time. However, over time, we realized that the protocols were basically a lost cause. Oh. Like most professions, pointers don't screw you if you respect them. Yeah. It's fun. You do like the language. Your only roadblock right now is linking external library to a C++ project is way harder than I'm used to, and I still haven't figured it out. Yeah, like native program linking gets weird. People most of the time people don't have to care about it because our build systems will do it for us. We're just like, hey, I have this dependency, fucking link it, right? And like, so in the Linux and Unix world, things have a package config file. So like even Pidgin, well, we'll just use libpurple. So package config is a tool that simplifies this. So as part of our build, we build a purple3.pc file. And that tells you all sorts of nice, nifty things, like where the library got installed to. So prefix, user, local, lib, x86, 64, Linux, GNU is where it got installed to on the system. And then you're going to see the libs here are, oh, right. So this is flags that get passed on to the compiler and the linker, or specifically the linker because it's libs. So we add libdir, right? So this package, we tell the linker to also look for libraries in this directory, and then we tell it to use library libpurple3. And then the linker does the rest, right? But most people don't need to know or care about this stuff because it's built in here and works this way now. And yeah, it makes things somewhat easier, I think. But it's, it's a thing. Is this our fault? No, okay, that's always that way. I'm like, why is there 2 spaces after the greater than? But there is. I'm like, did we do that or what? Yeah, package config makes stuff much easier, but yeah. Runtime linking, fuck runtime linking. Ugh. At one point in time, I was trying to build a JVM loader for G plugin, and you have to runtime link to your JRE. Your Java runtime environment, and yeah, I gave up. Like, I could have made it work, but just nope. Too much work. Way too much work. The other work half doesn't F with high pressure. Yeah. Was it Friday night? I pushed an update to all of our prod machines deployed across the world. I was like, should be fine. Nobody's called yet, so I'm assuming it's fine. We decided to rework everything. The protocols haven't seen much work in many, many years. And had all started to bit rot. What is canary? Yeah, basically. Like, we just recently set up a testing environment of our entire production stack recently. Even though this product's been in production for over a year. We just set up a testing environment. We are a skeleton crew. Like, so I'm only part-time there. I'm not full-time, only work about 20 hours a week. And I'm the main DevOps person. Just let that sink in for a minute. It's like, oh. Current self-project is trying to get your webcam to recognize playing cards. It's an interesting process, and I've discovered a dozen ways it doesn't work. Why don't you just use AI to do it? Um, seriously though, you can get something like a Google Coral or an NPU or something like that, and you could have it go decently. But I don't know anything about image recognition, so all of the socket programming was done using the BSD sockets interface, even on Windows. That's another story. That's a story for another time. All the socket program was done using BSD socket. Training? What's that? So, the company I work for, my cousin also works there. He's in support and I'm in engineering. And they use Salt for configuration management. And the one day he goes, "How did you learn Salt?" And I go, "I just started doing it." He's like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "I've used similar tools. So I just kind of figured out how it works and went with that." Oh, for the playing card. Gotcha. Okay, sorry. Well, he didn't say he was doing AI yet or anything. You got hired at your gig 2 years ago. Upgraded project written 9 years ago. You wrote the first automated test for it. Yeah, that's how it goes. Happy New Year, IAJars. I'm not sure how to say your name, and I should have asked earlier. Sorry, but have a good one. Thanks for coming by. Enjoy your Happy New Year. Catch you later. I read the documentation. Well, kind of. I mean, Salt's not that different than Ansible, really. I mean, the format of stuff is different, but like it's not that hard, right? Like you get something like name equals install Pidgin 3, right? What Ansible built-in apt, right? Something like this. Force, and then it's force apt get true name Pidgin 3, right? That's basically it, right? In Salt, you would have something like Pidgin 3 package.present or something, and that's enough to make it work in Salt. It's something like that. Oh, you can do something like this. Name Pidgin 3, right? Something like that, right? It's not that hard. I got you, Marianne. Makes sense. There's one Python wants to count the number of blinks per minute in video clips. It was horribly janky, but served its purpose. Nice. Only worked if you had clips with one human in them. Nice. You're almost at the point of having it upgrade to libraries and tools that aren't multiple versions behind or straight up EOL'd. Yeah, so Debian 12 is current. We have machines that are out in the field and prod that are Debian 8. Debian's not known for releasing once a year even. Right? So that's at least 4 years old. But we just deployed some stuff with Debian 10, which I think is still out there, but yeah. Shape recognition, gotcha, cool. All right, we need to finish writing this blog post so we can start posting in places. I'm not expecting anybody to pick this up yet. Nope. Yep. If anyone's gonna pick it up first, it's probably gonna be Hacker News, but yeah. Let's try Ubuntu 12 in prod at your own place. Yikes. I think it's like 1.5 to 2 years for Debian. So, like, you know, it'd be 6 to 8 years, give or take. Well, actually, we can just do this. Debian releases. So 8 is Jesse. It was released in 2015. It EOL'd in 2018. Oh, yeah, even Debian 10 is EOL'd. Nice. This goes on Raspberry Pi. The one we just deployed out with Debian 10. It goes on a Raspberry Pi compute module. And I don't think we can run newer versions, or somebody didn't test it. The testing of this thing got messed up. Forky is the next one. Interesting. Okay. Also, anybody writing software, do not ever put multiple releases in a row that start with the same letter. Nobody will fucking remember which one goes in the right order. Like, wait, was it Bullseye Buster Bookworm or Buster Bull or Buster Bullseye Bookworm or Bookworm Bullseye Buster, or I don't know. 1.5 years to decide to upgrade major version, 6 months to refix the tooling for doing it, something like that. Taking your CCNA in a couple hours and here because you're guessing there's some smart people in here, possibly. My first tip is, why are you taking the CCNA on New Year's Day? Like, who scheduled that, or who even allowed the class at that point? That's weird, but yeah. Django 1.8, yikes. Yeah. I just keep your app sources on unstable. I mean, it's up to you, Euro. Mine are, yeah. I mean, you're saying that to somebody who just released Pidgin 3 with a code name of Experimental 1. So, I don't know. Right? The alphabetical code names are all right, but like I'm never going to remember the animal names and their verb or adjective, right? Like yeah. I don't know. I don't know if they ever define that part. Like, what the hell is like? Okay, warty warthog. Okay, but like, what was Xenial? like, what the fuck is a Xenial? Xenial Zurus. What is that? I have no idea. Right? And how many more of them can they get? How many more X names can they get, right? Oh, it's an unstriped ground squirrel, apparently. 4 species of squirrels that live in the burrows in Africa. Yeah, okay, cool. Not a fan of year, month naming schemes. Semver, get the fuck out. Yeah. I mean, Zenu, like, year, month is technically Semver, right? So, like, you're complaining about Ubuntu's year, date, right? Or year, month, but like major, minor, micro, or patch, it's right there, right? Cisco wants the best answer. Several maybe. Oh, yeah. Anytime you're taking a class or you're taking a test for like a certification, if you don't immediately know the answer, skip it. Get on to the next one. Okay, that's what you're saying is correct. Yeah, yeah. I mean, technically 24, 12, 31 is still Semver too, but. All right. We gotta finish this fucking post. Every time I try to write a post on stream, we just keep getting distracted. It's all right, but it's almost 10 o'clock, and I did not want to be on during New Year's, just because, yeah. Which is why I tried to start streaming earlier today, and I did, but apparently 7:30. Really? No, 6:30. Never mind. All right, the protocols didn't seem much work in many years. All started to bit rot. All the socket programming was done using the BSD sockets interface, even on Windows, which is a story for another time. In the meantime, GIO became a thing. GIO is a sublibrary of glib which means it is readily available to us with a new enough version of glib. GIO includes a socket abstraction that works on all platforms and is much easier to use. On top of that, I think I'm getting too deep into this. Which we move to the thing, which included socket abstraction, which simplified was done using BSD sockets interface, even on Windows. Joe became a thing, which included a socket extraction, which was used then the BSD sockets. So with the networking layer changing. How do I want to say this? Happy New Year, Tops. Hope you're doing well. We spent more time writing this fucking blog post than doing the release. Ugh. Email. I just paid $275 for Pidgin's DigitalOcean bill. Silent Alphabet. Huh. Yeah, Big Boy passed away back in October. Those of you that may have seen him before that will know that he was losing weight a lot. And that was, we determined eventually, was due to pancreatitis. We confirmed the pancreatitis with a ultrasound. During the ultrasound, we also found that he at some point had an infarction in one of his kidneys. He had a growth on his spleen, and he also had gallstones. So the hard decision was made that even if we were to fix the pancreatitis, he still had to go through all the other stuff. So we tried to do, what we thought were best for him, and we let him go. It was a tough day. It's still tough. Still sad. Still miss him. That said, it's been about 3 months, and after this stream, I'm gonna remove that from the overlay. Because I still get choked up thinking about it randomly, and I don't. It's not your fault, but I don't enjoy having to go over it again and again on stream, right? So, yeah. Included. The streams built on top of it, which simplified work code. Let's do this in another paragraph, and we can write one more line here. Yeah. It's like, at what point do you take your tribute down, right? It sucks, but and start of the new year seems like an okay time. Meantime, GL became a thing, which included a socket abstraction and streams built on top of it, which simplified all of the networking code. This called a lot of churn in the protocol code, and when combined with the new interfaces protocols that we were defining, we decided that it was best to just start from scratch for all protocols. Okay. I think it's scourged. Scourged? I don't know. Appreciate it. Long time to get over your cancer? Yeah. My condolences as well. It takes time. I got another jerk around here somewhere. Probably begging for treats. Oh, did I ever update this? Why is my bot not running? Yeah, it looks like he's down. Let's find out why. Oh, he's supposed to be running. Control -N Reaper world rollout restart deployment / phantom bot. I spelled Reaper world wrong. Oh, I guess I could have looked at the logs for it. Oh, okay, he restarted. There you go. Okay, I did not update that yet. We will have to update that at some point. Oh, interesting. It went backwards. Did social first. In the meantime, GL became a thing, which included a socket abstraction and streams built on top of it, which simplified all of the networking code. This caused a lot of churn in the protocols. And combined with the new interfaces, I feel like it's a run-on. When combined with the new interfaces that we were designing protocols, we decided it was best to just start from scratch from all of the protocols. This is why we currently only support IRC v3, but others come in the near future. All right. This is just a small taste of the things that we have been working on. I hope it has been insightful. Links are fine. You don't need a. I was like, permit? What? Go ahead. I don't have any link blocking stuff. If somebody's gonna abuse linking, I just block them. What is this for? Not autoplaying. This letter is never silent. Okay. I don't know. I'm not gonna. I don't watch other people's content while I'm streaming because that gets weird. So, but others feel free. And you all understand you all start to understand the kind of problems we have been facing and tackling. Alright, I think that covers enough here. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't provide a fucking download link. That might be helpful. Yeah, there you go. The release can be found on SourceForge. Or on our... sure. Like, why am I typing this whole thing? I should just be grabbing this link. We can just say SourceForge. Found on SourceForge. Yes, we're still using SourceForge in 2025. Sue me. Wow, we use it for releases. We don't use it for anything else. And we don't use GitHub either. Go cry me a river about it. Don't care. You'd get more contributors if you used GitHub. You can't prove that. But I can show you that anybody that knows C and GTK doesn't tend to hang out on GitHub. But GTK is on here. Nope, it's just a mirror. A mirror to shut people like you up. That's all. Alright. We are ecstatic to announce that we have released the first experimental version of Pidgin 3.0. This is a free alpha release with an official version number of 2.90.0. We will continue releasing in this fashion until we're ready for 3.0, which will be the release we consider ready for end users. The release can be found on SourceForge. This release has been the culmination of many years of work and a lot of churn. The ideas of this version started in 2008, but weren't actually just, but it wasn't actually branched until 2011, from what I can tell and remember. This is a milestone release. It is something we think other tinkerers and developers may want to start playing with, but it is not meant for end users. Many things are, most things are not implemented. The user interface has not been polished at all, and there are so many bugs. As such, we are asking that packagers please do not package this for your users yet, as the potential support request will be too much for us to handle at this time. Looking forward, we'll be doing quarterly experimental releases, with experimental 2 scheduled for 2025-3/31. That release will most likely have a version number of 2.91.0, but things could change. Yeah, that's fine. We're also working on getting this release put up on FlatHub Beta, but due to some infrastructure issues there, this won't happen until the end of this week. We'll update this post when it becomes available with instructions on how to install it. Yeah, Marianne, that's one of the other issues. Yes. I hear you, Swills. I hear you. Gotta have an exclamation point for every major release. When we release Pidgin 10, it's gonna get ridiculous, but it'll be fine. Oh, actually, wait. Maybe it should be Interrobangs instead? Or Bang Bang Interrobang? Right? Because it's not quite 3 yet. Like, it's not 3.0, so it's not a full major version yet. So maybe we should put an Interrobang there as the third one. No, Interrobang. Interrobang. Oh. Alright, that's ornate, though. Oh, here's a normal one. Interrobang is a question mark and an exclamation point. There we go. We can just Zalgo text it all, right? I mean, you can get it right now, but as this whole post is saying, like, releases are right here. Knock yourself out. Do not install it. Read the README on how to build. Installing it's going to be a bad time. It'll install side by side with Pidgin 2, and it'll be fine, but there's no way to clean it up. There's no make uninstall. So, you're making me realize I should put this note in here. Please see the README file in the source code for building instructions. We recommend you use a Mason dev and instead of installing directly to your OS installation. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Back to this. Needs a ligature? No, it's fine. This release has been the culmination of many years of work and a lot of churn. The ideas of this version started in 2008, but it wasn't actually branched until 2011, from what I can tell, or from what we can tell and remember. I'm trying to not do this in first person. I'm trying to do it in second and third. This is a milestone release. It is something we think our other tinkerers and developers may want to start playing with, but is not meant for end users. Most things are not implemented. The user interface has not been polished at all, and there are so many bugs. As such, we are asking that packagers please do not package this for your users yet, as the potential support requests will be too much for us to handle at this time. Looking forward, we'll be doing we hope to be doing quarterly experimental releases, with experimental 2 scheduled for March 31st, 2025. That release will most likely have a version of 22.91.0, but things could change in the meantime. We are also working on getting this release put up on FlatHub beta, but due to some infrastructure issues they are having, this won't happen until the end of the week. We will update this post when it becomes available with instructions on how to install it. What took so long? Gary documented some of the reasons why this release has been taking so long in his blog post titled, What's Taking So Long with Pidgin 3? But we'll try to explain a bit more of that here. Gary took over the project in January 2016, thinking he would have 3.0 finished by end of 2016. There's more to this, but we'll leave this here. This can be brief. Even joked that he really only wanted to be the lead developer for like 2 years or so. Lobbied to take over the project as he was pushing G-objectification, which ended up being partially implemented, or was being nearly completely implemented. But stalled. Gary believed this caused the project to slow down and believed he shared a large part of the blame for this. Um, um, before taking over, he even joked that he really wanted to be the lead developer for like 2 years or so. But here we are 9 years later, and he's still leading and finally getting a pre-alpha release out the door. That paragraph feels way too big. Late 2015. Nearly completely, that's what stalled. He believed this caused the project to slow down. Just a large part of the blame for this, and to and take over to make up for it, to fix it, to uninstall the project, to get the project going again. Let's go with that. I realize I'm like writing a fucking Wikipedia article about what took so long in Pidgin 3 here. But part of that's okay, right? Because if you go to Wikipedia and you look at our page, jeez, I'm logged in, aren't I? And I'm a monthly donator. Fuck off. Yeah, I am logged in. Fuck. But you go to the main page, it's just like blah 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 blah. Like fuck off. So this article needs to be updated. The reason given is most of the sources cited by this article are over 10 years old, and it's unclear how true most of this information still is as of 2024. Please also update this article to reflect recent events or newly available information. Blah. And that was in August. So one of the things I'm trying to do, aside from everything else with the project, is make sure Wikipedia has decent information on us. So that's part of what this is. While lobbying to take over, he even joked. Gary even joked that he really only wanted to be the lead developer for like 2 years or so. But here we are 9 years later, and he's still leading and finally getting a pre-release alpha out the door. Okay. Over those 9 years, productivity has ebbed and flowed a lot. Contributors have come and gone, and we appreciate all the work that they have done for the project. Although we did lose one contributor due to some extenuating circumstances. They had moved to the USA on an H-1B visa, and the company that they were working for decided that they didn't like the legal gray area that some of our protocol code created. This meant that the contributor could no longer contribute, and they found something else to do with their free time. Because of this, we instituted a new policy where only open source / open specification protocols are allowed in our main code repository. The biggest idea for Pidgin 3 was to use the G-object type system that is included in glib, which we're already using extensively. This gives better and more tested types and signals than the homegrown ones we had to use, and would also give us reference counting, which is something we desperately needed. Internally, we called this G-objectification. Because we mentioned it here. One of the issues in these migrations was signals in Purple 2 and earlier. signals were class-based. What this means is that you would only have to connect to a single signal to get notified. An example of this is finding out when a new message was written to any conversation. Okay, yeah, an example of signal. An example of this is finding out when it was written to any conversation. This is very different from G-object signals that are instance-based, which means you have to connect to every instance receive signal. So in our example, that means you have to connect to the new message signal on every conversation. Okay. We spent a fair amount of time on this problem. Gary even wrote a proof of concept, purple signals, using some low-level G-object API. The funny part is, what's the date on this code? 2009. 2009 is when I wrote this code. Ugh. So, wait, no, we had to be branched before that. We had to have been. We need a historian. We need a Pidgin historian. Do any of you listen to the Linux User Space podcast at all? I'm asking because they do shows, not all their shows. I think it's like every other show. They do a show on the history of some open source project. And I have been tempted to reach out to them, but it's like, I would love for them to do an issue on Pidgin and an episode on Pidgin, but like also document it or transcribe it. So like then we can like put it somewhere again. Then Wikipedia can update the stuff and all that stuff too. But the problem is like I don't think there's enough that's like actually written anywhere or kept anywhere for them to find it on their own. So like we would have to include everyone, and like get their points of view and stuff like that. And it just sucks. But yeah. All right. Anyways, they didn't like the idea and rejected the pull request for performance reasons. This put us back on the drawing board until we came up with the idea of manager objects. Gary wrote in detail about this on his blog post, From Subsystems to Managers, but the short version is that we now have manager objects that hold a collection of objects and propagate the signals of those objects, which solves the problem with just a tiny bit of overhead. Initially, Pidgin 3 supported both GTK2 and GTK3, but shortly after Gary took over, GTK2 support was dropped. A few years later, it was then decided we should just bite the bullet and move to GTK4 instead, as there's probably a comma there, as GTK3 was no longer being actively developed, which meant we were just creating tech debt. As part of the GTK4 migration, we also pulled in Adwada, even though we are not an official GNOME application. At one point, we were using WebKit as our conversation history, with the intent to be able to support idiom themes. The initial work to do this was done using the WebKit 1 API, which eventually was being deprecated and removed for Linux distributions. We spent some time looking at WebKit 2, but when we found out there was no Windows port of it, we had to give up on it. After that, we started a new library for input history and additional widgets named Talkatoo. Talkatoo let us experiment with these widgets and slowly bring them into Pidgin 3. We built it with the intent of it being used in other chat clients, but combining that with libpurple made things very difficult. So difficult that we ended up abandoning Talkatoo and used the lessons we learned from it in Pidgin 3 directly. But by far the biggest issue has been that all of the API in Pidgin 2 and earlier were designed for chat protocols of that era. Sure, I guess that makes sense. I feel like we should say of a bygone era, or of the era of AIM, Yahoo, and ICQ and MSN, right? Chat. Yeah, let's just say chat protocols like AIM, ICQ, MSN, and Yahoo. I'll say YIM. The largest issue here being about message delivery and display. With older chat protocols, you couldn't edit messages, react to them, reply to them, delete, or create threads from them. So most chat protocols had no way to identify a specific message. Yeah. Because of this, Pidgin 2 and earlier received. Because of this, Pidgin 2 and earlier, when Pidgin 2 and earlier received a message. Message. It displayed it, and displayed it in the history widget. Right. This sentence is all broken. Because this, Pidgin 2 and earlier would just display a message after receiving it and then completely forget about it. That means all of our API was just passing the message around as a bare string. So to even get started with the above mentioned features, everything relating to messages had to be updated and reworked, which in a chat application is basically everything. We decided to rework everything instead of starting from scratch, as it seemed like we would be able to do things iteratively and keep the project working the entire time. However, over time, we realized that the protocols were basically a lost cause. The protocols hadn't seen much work in many years and had all started to bit rot. All of the socket programming was done using the BSD sockets interface. Should just be socket, not sockets. Even on Windows, which is a story for another time. In the meantime, GIO became a thing, which included a socket abstraction. Okay, that's fine. Including a socket abstraction and streams built on top of it, which simplified all the networking code. This caused a lot of churn in the protocols. Okay, that's fine. When combined with the new interface that we were designing, we're going to change this back to and when. This caused a lot of churn in the protocols, and when combined with the new interfaces that we're designing for protocols, we decided that it was best to just start from scratch for all of the protocols. They spell GIO? Okay. I'm going mostly by the namespaces in stuff. But how do they have glib in GObject? Not glim, that's for sure. Where'd you get GIO in Wikipedia? I think this is different. Oh, no, maybe. No, this is right. Okay. Weird. Okay. It's weird that GIO has a page, but like glib doesn't, even though this is a library in glib. Yeah, it is better than raw POSIX calls, but it's even better because it also does Windows. What the fuck? I searched for glib software. I didn't get the page. Okay. And they have glib that way. Okay, that's fine. I'm not too worried about linking to those directly. It's okay. The same with GObject, right? And GObject has a Wikipedia page too. Cool. Yep. Oh, a lot of stuff on here. We're not on here. Lame. We should be though, but yeah. All right. Back to here. Okay. Where the hell was I in the reading? Oh, I scrolled up because we were talking about. Okay, we were here. We finished that one. In the meantime, GIO became a thing, which included a socket abstraction and streams built on top of it, which simplified all the network code. This caused a lot of churn in the protocols, and when combined with the new interfaces that we were designing for protocols, we decided that it was best to just start from scratch for them. We don't. This is why we currently only support IRC-v3, but others will come in the near future. This is just a small taste of the things that we have been working on. I hope it has been insightful and helped you all start to understand the kind of problems we have been facing and tackling. I think that's a good start, right? I mean, this is a fucking long-ass read. And then you got the entire changelog. So, I think we're going to call it here. And we are going to hit this button. And if anybody finds a typo, let me know. Oh, you're in review. Okay. Although I'm realizing this posted as me. So, like, I guess I could have done it in first person, but whatever. Anyways, here is the link. Okay. And now it's on Hacker News. Please go upvote and discuss. I just when I'm trying to do posts about the project, I try to be inclusive and have it as everybody, right? So like, while I have the title of lead developer, the project doesn't happen without everybody else, right? So like, I don't want to be like, I am the boss and blah blah blah. I want to be inclusive and I want to grab everyone and all that stuff. So that's the deal. Nope, that's the Hacker News link, not this link. Pidgin 3.0 experimental 1 has been released. Sure, whatever's fine. All right, and now it is on lobsters as well. The other part of this is trying to write it in this way is like news sites and stuff will grab bits and pieces of these announcements. So like posting as first person, then it causes them more work to do it. Some of them do, some of them don't. And yeah. So yeah. All right. Nope, that is wrong window. Ooh. New post. After way too many years, the very first experimental release of Pidgin 3.0. Experimental 1. Has been released. I'm not going to post this on... Wait, did we post the other one on Facebook? The Facebook users are more end-usery. Um, um, sure. Let's go with that. I'm just posting on Mastodon here too. All right. Mastodon.social. Kind of think we should do a Twitter thing too, but I like. Again, we're not really targeting end users in this release at all, so like I don't even necessarily want to mention it to end users, you know. Um, but I don't remember if we did the thing on Facebook or not. But yeah, all right. What do we got for year in review? Dude, I think this is public. Most time reading, Smogger turned out to be most likely a malware author, which is funny. How did mine not on here? Or is this is just users? Smogger, malware author, most topics, yep. X Twitter, Blue Sky. Oh, I didn't post the Mastodon link. I do use Mastodon. I have a Blue Sky. I don't really use it. In fact, somebody asked me if they could buy my Blue Sky address yesterday. Um, but if you're looking for my specific social media stuff, all of it's right over here, except for Twitter and Blue Sky because I didn't put Blue Sky on there. But yeah. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so apparently staff isn't included in this. That's kind of funny, but kind of dumb. All right, well, that's a thing. Okay, cool. So yeah, there we go. I don't think there's really anything else to do today. I mean, there's tons and tons of stuff to do, but nothing that needs to be done today. Did anything happen on trans effects, or what happened over on the GitHub? Build is successful. Cool. So if somebody wants to like grab the Flatpak that this guy built, that the bot built, you can find the link to it here. But it's not, like you have to do it that way. You can't just do the normal Flatpak install with a name, whatever, blah blah blah. So, oh, and that's actually supposed to use the refs. Interesting. I didn't know that's how the refs work. Okay. Or you just pass them and go. So yeah. I wanted to check Transifix real quick, but it looks like I closed it. Fuck, it's almost 11. Goddamn. I'm already logged in. Did we turn this one off, didn't we? I think we did. Yeah. "100% translated." Like, no, it's none of it's translated, man. Let's see, 0 words translated. Oh no, it's untranslated. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is just, it's just wrong. Yep. So I don't know. How's it going, Jesse and Berries? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Yeah, I don't know why this is broken. It says everything's translated, but I guess we'll find out when it goes. We'll get some better updates. So, I'm doing all right. We're actually just kind of winding down the stream here, but it's going. Um. Wow, haven't seen her online in forever. Yes, I'm well aware of Matrix. Like, we started a library for it yet. We don't have it anywhere near working yet. But we're getting there. Are they? No, they're just okay. All right. That's it. I think we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna go raid Bun 9000. I can't tell what she's working on, but she's building something. I don't know. But thank you everybody for coming by tonight. If you don't want to join the raid, go ahead and hit cancel up above the chat right now. Otherwise, there's nothing else you need to do. In the meantime, be sure to follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube, and hit the notification bell if you want to be told when I'm going to be streaming again. Otherwise, you can find links to all my social media right over here. I do post on my Mastodon when I'm going to go live. There's other stuff there too. But yeah. In the meantime, you can also join us on the officially unofficial Pidgin Discord, which you can find right over here. And yeah, that's about it. So thank you everybody for coming by tonight. Happy New Year to everybody. Hope 2025 treats you better than 2024 did in any regards. I don't know. But more importantly, thank you everybody who's been coming and to streams and watching Pidgin 3 slowly unfold as we get to it and until we got up to this release tonight. So yeah. Going into 2025, we've got more to do now because now we've actually made a release, and now people are going to expect stuff. So that's the way it goes. All right, but anyways, thank you all for coming by tonight. I should be on Thursday. We'll see what happens. Get notified, and we'll find out from there. But anyways, until next time, adios.